Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm just checking the sound. What a good week, what a good week, what a good week. A very nice week. Wow. Yeah, we just got to bless the week. We need to bless the week. That's all we need. That's all we need right now. Wow. So if you're here, make sure that at least you comment. Just comment down one below. Let me just know who is here. Yeah. Leave something on the chat. So now we are opening the tab, so we're waiting for so many people to just join this. So we still proceed. So it's a really nice week, and I think the last week was so amazing. We earned some good entries on this market, and things were really amazing. So what I know is that this week is really going even to be so good. Like now, I don't have any active entry, so we are going to find entries for this week, and things are really going to be amazing. Yeah, we're going to start there. So this is actually the start from zero. So you have your account there. Maybe you funded, you have your account that you funded recently, and you are here. Just let's find good entries for this week. we trying to scalp until now. We feel the bucket, you know, we feel the pocket. Maybe at the end of the week we'll be somewhere here. So my name is Dan Orex. If this is your first time to be here, welcome so much. For those who are new here, and also for those who have been here, welcome so much. It's another brand new week. The first thing that you do is to like this video. The next thing is to subscribe, and the third thing is to turn on notification bell, because now we give signals that are really amazing every moment, every time. We are always here. All right, now that is what you're going to be doing here. So we'll be waiting for so many people to join here, but we still proceed with that. Yeah, now that is a problem. Anytime you mentioned about going live, people, you know, they join late, and I know some people receive notification probably later. So but still we check on we can just go and just little bit to see what is really happening to the market. That is the first thing that you need to know. That is the first thing that you really need to know. What is happening to the market? It's really good. Like do you have any chaos, like just like that? And even before that, you can see last week was really amazing for those who have been here, specifically for those who were trading gold. And I know it actually was so nice for the gold traders. We earned some good entries in this market. Like the last hour, you can see this region that we are talking about, 50.45. The market touched that region and then went back again. So every area that we discussed about buying from this market, even from buying from this zone here, which is 49.60, 49, 49, 40, 49.49 actually. We bought from this area, and our target was all the way to 50.45, and the market touched that one and then just reversed. You can even go to the TikTok videos, you see that. So this has actually been a very so nice week. Like every move we were there, like every move the market were waiting to hit was really indeed amazing. Yeah, so every move was really nice, and I hope also this week we are going to have a target for the movement towards the end of the week. And as well, we'll be checking on what we have like today, because today is on 16th of February. Actually, we're in the middle of the month, and the problem now with this month is ending on the 20, is it 28 or 29? 29. This is the shortest month that we normally have, like 28 days. 28 days, or maybe we have 12 days, 2 weeks. That is less than 2 weeks for this month to end. So this week we're going to find at least some target, like just we did last week. For those who are here, you remember this position here, 5.45. I even posted on my WhatsApp status general signal, where I just told you that buy from 49.49. This is going to be a very interesting place to buy, 49.49. And I just entered that positions, and you can see our target was 50.45. All these zones that you see us drawing here matters a lot, because you can see these orders that we really have here, that is where the market actually reversed. So today again we are going to see the next move, like where there is likelihood for the gold to move, because you can see already we are at 5,000. So we are going to see what we are going to have from this market. Is this market going to push up? We're going to drop down. That matters a lot. So that is what we are going to check from this market. Remember also we targeted on the USD JPY. I remember we were looking at different pairs here, but still the market still trying. You see the volatility, although, but when you look at this, what is really happening around here, you notice there's something like that happening. The JPY has actually been gaining over time. Like we have been gaining from the JPY, I think almost 2 weeks from the time the Japan actually wanted to intervene to strengthen the JPY. It's been strengthening, but this morning you can see what is really happening here. The Japanese yen is actually I think only today is just dropped around 0.5%, 0.5%, and the momentum continues. You can see also in the lowest time frame, still building pole pole, but at least you can see when it comes to daily here, at least JPY has actually been losing 0.5%, and that is what's happening to this pair now. Hound is really gaining so well, so if you want to really check the pair, you can actually combine between these two, that is Howdy and JPY, to see what is just happening to the market. So last week or so, that is when we received the CPI, NFP. So last week was very good for the dollar, and this week I want to just mention on what we just expect from this market, that is in terms of the dollar, PPI, PMI, and this data here that is on Friday. That is basically what we expect from this area here, and Fed meetings, minute, that is what we are just waiting to see. I'm also waiting to see, let me just show you. So basically for the dollar, we don't really expect that much. So for those who have been here, they know we have been talking about PMI, PPI. So those are kind of things that you really need to connect, and when you see this, just know it's just the start of the market. This is the genesis of inflation. Last time we did not go into details of this, but anytime maybe we are going to move with the details of this. I know there's a time that is coming, probably we are going to move into the details of PMI, flash, and all this. Also this matters, but at least we need to concentrate if we are trading CAD. I think this matters as well. You can be checking on Canadian dollar and mostly Howdy for the employment, and also Euro NT. So these are major pairs, actually, not like major pairs, but these are pairs that most of you normally trade. So we might actually be concentrating as well to see what we are really going to check here, including the GBP, because I know there's some people trading GBP, JPY, GBP, USD. So it's really good for you now to venture into this and to see what is happening in terms of the CPI, and that is very important. Now I want us to check at least gold and a small pair here, so that we can know what we are really going to, what is the market moving in terms of maybe the end of the week, what we might be getting from this market. And the analysis for today, do we have the entry, is there any position that we are waiting? So that generally, just let's find a signal from the gold. Let's find a signal from gold, and then we are going to move to the currency pairs. There's so many reasons that I did not delete this, because you see these are major line, the trend that we are waiting to be fulfilled by this market. And there is one thing that you notice here now, and I want you to check this so well, that the market is now taking the direction for this. The last time we discussed about this, the last time we were talking about this trend line here, remember we end only 2 points. If you can just remember, for those who have been here for long, we were only end 2 points, and I told you this point we are going to have them. There are two, they are not really valent. If you want to know more about the trend lines, I was teaching them the beginners class, and I gave them some advanced techniques. That is on Friday, so I'll be posting those notes here, so I will share the link everywhere. So if you have no number, probably you're going to see that. When we started on this trend line here, we started when we end only just 2 points, exactly this and this only, and we're saying that there's probability for this market now to move and have the next one. That's why now we move to create this one. You see, 48.81. I created this and said there is the possibility for this market to touch this area here, where we are 48, around 48, 90, and 82. That is where we are talking about, and our reference point is where the market actually could have touched this area here. And because you can see another momentum happened here, and also we have another area here where the market tested this. So we had so much proof that this market, or this region here, was actually to be tested by this market that was just moving like that, like this region. This, you can see what I've just drawn here. So even before getting this, like even before getting the third point, which is around here, and now you know what, once we get the third point like this, it makes now the trend line to be strong, and it has already validated the line, and that's why we have been having this for a very long time. You can go to the past videos, you'll see still this trend line on the gold is still there. And on the daily time frame, that is when you're going to see it clearly. Like when I go to D here, when I go to daily time frame, that is when you are going to see it behaving like that. And on this, you're going to see it looking like very accurate, and by the way, it is look nice. So I want us to delete everything and start afresh. That is what we normally do, specifically the start of the week. So that is what we normally do on this. So we are going to see what we are going to be getting here, because I already see a signal here. Simple for what do they call it? I see already a signal here for swing traders. It's just very simple even to analyze and see how this market is doing. And sometimes we can draw a line like this. Let's just draw a line like this, and I want to escalate. I want to have it like that. And I know sometimes you may get, so let us get like that. Sometimes I want to ignore this, because sometimes this can be what we call now the liquidity sweep, but let's just have it like that, because even if you draw it touching the ends of the closing and the opening of the candlesticks, it is still going to be the same. So you can see this movement, and that is already confirmed by already 3 points that we have from this market. Even if we put it to the opening and the closing of the candlesticks here, you can see it is already perfect move that we are really getting from this market, and that is already what we have. So on daily time frame, this is what we are getting, a perfect market that has filled every gap and already moving up, creating highs. We got this high here, the market trying to move slightly up. When we actually talk about the filling of the gaps, and when we talk about the candlesticks moving at the top, you can see this is already perfect, and it's already higher than the closing and the openings of these candlesticks. And now, because this has already fulfilled the goal to touch this point that we have here, which is 49.70, which is really far here, and already this candle has already filled this movement pullback on the highest time frame, you can just now be waiting for this market on the highest time frame. Very simple, this market to come and at least move to the next goal where we have this, and at least we are going to be moving slightly to this level that we have here. That is the level that we have here, which is almost 52. So 52, almost 51.81. So that is where we might be getting this market on the highest time frame. So there's possibility maybe the market just come probably even to the last price you can give it is 49.40, but you can see the 49 almost 51.70 is absolutely very far. That is $171 compared to the move the market can make, let's say even the last price being here. Because if this market drops below this, then of course we are going to have a different pattern, and the market is really creating a pattern. There are some reasons that we are waiting for this market to touch this area here, so that we can know where the market actually might be ending next. And for those who have been here, we talked about different things. Like on the daily time frame, we need a chart pattern. Like, where is this market ending? That is what we really want to focus on. Now we are going to move even to the lowest time frame, so that we can look for, yes, indeed this market is moving up, and that is a sign that we are really getting from this market. What do we get from the lowest time frame? Where is the perfect entry that we have? Are we going to have limit orders, buy limit orders, or are we going to wait, or is the market at the right position for us now to buy and hold long term? That is what we are going to check. Like, where is a perfect place to place the stop loss? Where is the market moving? Where have so many people actually have entered this under? So that is a perfect things to really check on this market. And that was I'm checking here right now. So if you are joining this, let me just remind you, make sure that you like this live. That is the first thing that we do here. And also make sure that you subscribe and turn on notification bell. I come live maybe sometimes random, and I normally give free signals. Like when I have the entry, like for example what you are targeting, if you're going to get a perfect entry here, and probably I handle live, then I just have to come in immediately the prices actually hit our target, and that's why you need to do that. Now let's target on this and see. So ISM frame trade tells that, and this is specifically for the swing traders. Like if you can hold your trends, let's say even 3 days, 2 days, then this is actually a good perfect opportunity now for you. Now we start buying all the way to around 52. So we are going to find now, so that we can have this sniper. Remember, you can buy anytime now, but you can hold and you see the prices moving to 49.40 or 49.50, and then you are shocked what is really happening. So we need to maximize on this and find perfect entries now using the lowest time frame. Let's just move down like this. So this is a pattern I'm getting. This, you can see now this, this, if I take this long, like this, actually this is a perfect one when it is like this one. Yeah, so after the market hit all the way to the top and moved back here, then let me get this. Yeah, after the top that we achieved here, now this is how the market is trying now to recover. This is how the market is now trying to recover, and you just need to realize one thing: inside every big move or every pattern, like every big analysis that you do, of course there is some small analysis, but I think the market is really directed to this, so we need to be very careful when you see the analysis is really becoming simple. It's just the same like the last week when we spotted a very simple analysis, very simple, and I actually knew it was a trick, because so many people were swiped from those analyses, like their stop losses. But this is really perfect because you can see this is where we got a rejection. We are going to see why this place matters, because you can see from all this period here, this really matters, and this is the area that we need to break the zone that we have here. So there's going to be a problem for us in case maybe you are going to buy from this market, because you can see touching this region here, and this is not the first rejection that we get, but you can see this market actually, after getting rejected so many times around this area here where we have so many candles here, probably I can just expand so that you can see the market actually managed to break and move to so up. Like it seems that we have now the buyers actually succeeding to move these prices all the way to the top. So that is what normally happens. Like when you see a price just like this, observe when we get a breakout here, you need a very strong candle that is really going to move up. That's the same thing that we're dealing with around this corner here. You see this rejection that we are getting here from so many candles that we are having here, but of course the market managed to break and to move all the way to the top. That is what had happened. Now what next on this? If you look at this pattern, it seems very simple, because sometimes we may say like this is the movement, you touch here again, we move down, and of course you expect the prices to move all the way to the top. Like that is our target. Like right now, that is where we are targeting, and that's why you're seeing the prices might be moving to 51.92. Is because of what we are really getting from that place. Of course, that's a very good pattern on the forward time frame. Now on the daily, on the on 1 hour time frame, yes, it is still perfect on this, and you can see the reason we are saying now we are going to keep buying as the prices moves up is the next place we're going to be very careful at is 50.99, like around 90. I know those are many pips that we'll be targeting all the way to the top, but look at this. This is already a good pattern that we are getting even from the smaller area here, and already this is confirming everything that we need from this market. I don't know why my PC is really hanging and it's giving me headache here. What's happening? My machine is bigger. Big machines. Why? We need to upgrade this. We need now to upgrade. I always need fast things. very quick. I need quick, although the tabs are actually many. um, let me now inside this 1 hour time frame, you can see this pattern here. This is very small. Yeah, this is very small. And when do we expect? Of course, the price is here, and I want to show you something. This is what you analysis inside the analysis, and this will help you now to spot what we call the sniper entry, to help you to spot good opportunities and how the market is really moving, like a good sniper entry. Because yes, this market achieved this target here, and you can see, of course, these are normal. This is the entry that we earned for scalping last month. Of course, you see this rejection, this support here. It sometimes when it comes now, it sometimes, that's why support can act as resistance, and the resistance can act as the support. And that's why last week we bought around this area here, and we were targeting around 50-50 around this area here. That is why we are getting a rejection here. So as this price is really moving, that's why we want to know now, because yes, the market at the end maybe of the month or next week, the prices are really going to be moving to 5,200. But where is the perfect entry place that we really have for this market? That really matters a lot, and you need to take things very clearly here. Number two, we'll be checking also on the volume side to see where entries have many, where do we have so many entries. When you check on the futures market, you see how it really these things are really happening. The current price that we have is 5,000, but you can see this is really going to pull the price all the way to the midpoint where we have 5,036. This is the place. If you look at the price, let me just show you this, because at least this is really going to help you a little better. I'm teaching you something different here. We need many confirmation for us to have entry. And remember the first thing I told you, that anytime you are here, relax. You need to relax so that you can reason. So what do I see here? Let me just speak to myself how I normally do. That's what I do normally, actually. So what do I see here? I see, first of all, on the implied volume, we're at from 25.96, from 45.96. The next target that we have is 51.79, the perfect place that we have identified for the TP. All right, that is a perfect place that I have identified for the TP. But something interesting here is from this price here, prediction to 26.1%, and across here the price is to move to 26.22. You see that 26.72. The price here on the futures 25.962, comparing to this and comparing to 26.59 and comparing to 26.72 and 28.23 and 27.94. It means we have so many sell orders in this market, and people are predicting that the prices for the gold is going to be moving all the way down, right? That is what we are getting from this market. We have so many sell orders, and I've been actually making this sense less from last week. And that's why the prices of gold is really struggling to move up. Those are things that you really need to know. Even if they don't sound good, even if they don't sound supporting your entries, you need to have them. Know that we have so many sellers in this market. We have so many sellers in this market than buyers. But the sellers I'm talking about, these are not normal sellers that like sentiment. Those are not sentiment. These are for sentiment for retail traders. Let me show you here. Gold, because I know sentiment for traders right now is buy. Or maybe the problem with with us retail traders, let's say has majority, they focus like when they are actually so right, like there's a problem. You can see now today being on I think I don't know how many brokers were used to give this analysis, but even if it is just one broker, then of course it just gives us a generosity, like how do we call it, like an overall of what the majority are actually doing. And what we see here, we see long positions are actually meaning 59 point, this is 59%. So many lot entered here, let's say almost 50-50. Yeah, I think this is almost 50-50. So this is almost 50-50. People are saying buy and others are saying sell across this market. So it's like they are 50-50 here. They are 50-50. That is in terms of gold that we are talking about with this one. So I think overall positions are 10,000, but almost to the 6,000 here that have been entered for the gold. So majority are on buy. So let's see, but almost 50% to 50%. So I know the market is really confusing them right now, because already we are at 5,000. Yeah, but what do we see from the futures market? Futures market is not the spot market that we are trading. This is really different. This is very different. This is gold futures, and the price here is different from what we have. The price is different, because if you look at this, the price is here 54756, and you see something different here, like they move different, and sometimes the margin is different from what we really have here. So in case you don't see my screen well, make sure that at least you maximize on your screen, put full screen. Let's concentrate here and find good entry. That is actually at the end of the month, and that means is when the futures expires at the end of the month. And I want to find something here from 0.5 here, we have 36 here. So what they are saying is that selling is going to be cheap. Like selling is going to be cheap. The fee that you're going to be charged at selling at the top, that is 51.79, is really going to be cheap. And if you're going to sell, if you are going to buy across, if you are going to the price, okay, I told you needed to relax, just give me a minute. That's why we normally find the entries. So once you hear these two ones, once you hear about, let's talk about different, this is options, this is not forex. That's why we have put and call. So you call the price, like there's different ones that we use in the trading, and options and futures. We use the one to call for buy, bid when it comes to the positions that are pending on us, that is the same as buy. Long entry, so all other ones I know they are very simple, but those two ones I know they get confusing, the call and the put. So put is sell. So when we have the call here, which is for buy, around this area here you can see buying here, when the price moves up is really cheap, and that is a problem. And when it comes to selling here, when it comes to selling at the top, it's really expensive. So generally, if you want to look at this, let's look at the implied volume. I don't want to confuse people here. I already got what we got. I'm already aware of what is happening. The sell orders, that's really happening here. But the pattern is very simple, because if you want to trend this, then it's really going to be very simple. You take and look at this, and already identifying the area the market is going to be moving all the way to the top. Look at that. For example, this pattern here, I'll tell you the biggest and how the market react to different zones, and you'll see the simplest way, like the simplest strategy. I know this is perfect. Hiyo ni ya kuwekelea tu. Hii inakaa ya kuwekelea. Hiyo si perfect. Hata sijaipenda hata kidogo. Yeah, but that is what's really happening. But why did we get a reaction towards this? It's just the same as how the market moved to this area here, and now you can see another one. You can see still another one here. That's why you see the prices reacting here. It's just the same thing that we get from that market reacting around that area. But this market, the price is already very good right here. Now if you look at this pattern, this is what we are getting, this market. So in case now, because we are about to buy from this market, as we target, this is going to be the first area, and then the next target is going to be this problem here, because we have a resistance zone here which is very strong, and then we have another one here. Okay, so those are areas that we really need to focus on when these prices. So now looking at the candles, if you look now to the candlesticks that we have, how is the pattern, like how is everything? Because if I put I don't want to have the gaps here, but if you look at this carefully, you see the market has already filled this one. So this is where the market was gaining the momentum, like this is where the market was tapping and gaining the momentum towards the upper side, just the same. That's why you can see the price is really getting some small rejections towards this area around 50.13. That is where we need this problem, around that area here. But if you look at these candles so well, then it is obvious that you're not going to get these prices moving down. Like we are going to move all the way to the top, and this is going to be the next target that we have. So long term, and if you want to place a stop loss, then you need to focus here. And on this trend like this, I can focus to 50-50, because I want to have my stop loss not located around this area here. I want to have my stop loss around this area, but we're going to even move more and see what we can really get from this market. So if you get these prices coming down, let's say probably to this zone here, maybe 1995, which is 49.95, 4,000, 5,000, that's a good opportunity to buy and keep buying from these prices. And that's why I want to see whether we can find a good entry here. But we're going to find also, we are going to advance this. We are going to advance this. We are going to advance this. So we are also going to have a testing region. I think I am planning to test. If you are ready for us to create a bot live here, a bot that is going to be for scalping, then I think we need to be doing that around 8 p.m. one of these days. 8 p.m. light is around night time. We need to find that time, and we're going to scalp. Well, we are going to create a bot for scalping. Yeah, we see, and also test those bots out. I think I have of the bots that you have seen people advertising there, so don't ask me how I got them. I have of them. So we are proceeding on this. I want to find a good entry point here. So I'm going to buy as the prices moves down, but we are going to see where we're going to get resistance for this. Where and we have like bigger problem in this market. It really matters a lot. Is there any virus in my PC? Because I don't like the performance right now. Now let's advance this. I want us to let me just look on something different here. I'm looking for different data. You know, before the market convinces me to buy or sell, you need to convince me with different things. Like, I need so much information, not just buying and selling. I need bigger information. So around here we might be getting, yeah. Okay, thank you. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy here. So I'm going to already bought my positions, already in our positions, but this is really going to matter to me here from this place here. Let's say 1999. So this is going to be my entry, 5,000 of 49, 1998, and I'm going to focus all the way to up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way. I'm going to be focusing here, but my stop loss will be across here. So I'll be having a risk reward ratio of almost 3. So I have a risk reward ratio of almost 3. So I've already scaled in. So one of my entries is located at 5,005. 5,005 is it 5? So 505, and as the prices moves all the way back to 1998, it's going to continue adding more positions. So around that area here might be getting the prices breaking these zones all the way to the top. I'm going to hand even more information, but what we get is, number one, I want to light this down. Number one, from the analysis, high time frame indicate buy to 5180. Number one. Number two, the pattern confirms. So that is the pattern that we really get from there. Yeah, futures sell. So the futures, we are getting a sell signal, but at least it's going to pull the market all the way to 50-30 before we move down. So this is tricky. Yeah, but from also the lowest time frame, which is good entry point from 1 hour time frame, we are getting 1 hour time frame buy entry 5,000, but around 49.98, right? So those are what we are getting from the gold. So that's what I'm getting from these prices here. So I can hand even more. I can earn more of this, but you see this place that we have a rejection here. That is what might take us to back to the entry point, which is 49.95. This place here, but you can see already the prices has already done that. So I don't think this is really, so we're going really to struggle, find a way, see whether we are going to struggle and move past that. So the other thing, the reason I'm saying we need to be very tight and look on the entry if this is going to, and probably the good thing with this is once you see this price is actually moving past 30, that is when you know that indeed we are going to move all the way up, because now this pattern might have changed, and on the lowest time frame, that is for scalpers, this might have changed for you, and you might be getting things like this. That's why we are getting a rejection here. So you need all the signs, like all your signs here. You need to be supported by all information. You look at this now, the market, because already the goal was to come to this area here, which is what, for 50.49. Now for us now to confirm that indeed this market is going to move higher than this, then of course we need a candle to close above here. That's why we need at least these prices to confirm at least above these zones here. It's really going to matter a lot. So on the lowest time frame, if you really want to have a perfect entry, then we focus here. See this candle that's moved so on well, but getting rejected here. So in case you're finding the perfect of the entries, then we wait at least at certain candle to close above 13 here. Then this pattern will be closed down, like it won't be invalid right now, like it will be very much invalid. But do you know the first question that we ask yourself? Yes, if the market is forming this, and I actually taught you that the other day and just told you the same thing. Yes, you can spot a chart, you can spot an opportunity, you can spot a good entry, you can spot a good structure on how the market is moving. But where is the goal? Where is the goal for that movement? Where is the goal? Like, where is the market moving? For example, you can look at this market. It moved on so well, just like this, and the market already touched this one. So already this was the goal, the market to test this higher. So this pattern that was moving just like this has already achieved the target. But of course, the long-term target has not been achieved. So that is the lowest time frame. So in case maybe you are a trader, then of course you need to focus on different things here and wait for the market to react. And you need to focus, like, for example, there are some people, for example, for swing traders, the prices is already low. You can buy from that spot and wait for the prices to be high. I don't want to confuse you, but this is because of different types of traders that we have, depending on the strategy that you really use. And that is what I already said. Remember, on the ISM frame, for me, I can buy at any zone, like even at this place here, but finding good entries, just like that, I can actually enter buy position right there after you and just wait for a long time. But for the scalpers and day traders, assume now this price is moving like this, then you need to concentrate on this, knowing that the goal is here. But if the market achieves this goal, then you need to wait and see the reaction that is really around that area here, which really matters. Because you can see when you connect these areas here, you see now this is going to matter a lot. This is really going to be mattering a lot. So the prices above that is going to at least, let's say 17, and then at least the candle to close here, then it's really going to be perfect. But you can see already, I think when we are still analyzing these prices, they already touched this price, because you can see this candle moved all the way to the entry here, which means maybe the market might not come to this perfect opportunity here again, which is around 95. Already 95 might be not be ending there, because unless maybe this candle actually reversed, let's say around 503, we could have waited to see this perfect opportunity that we have around here, maybe 1995 all the way to 5,000, that chasm that we have there. But when we have the prices around that area, now what are we going to be doing right now? This is 30-minute time frame, and this candle is going to close in the next 10 minutes. So this candle going to close here 15, because if it closes above this, let's say 12 in the next $7, that can be achieved very fast. Then of course we are going now to have some entries. of which now my entry is already on, but it's just what I wanted to have a good entry right here, but I'm focusing on the way to the top. If this candle fails to close in the next minute, to close above here, of course I'm in break even because already bought from this market, so my stop loss is really going to be almost the same at that area here. Yeah, so that is what we just have from these candles. That's what we are getting from the similar here. You can see just the same perfect area here. This is the same thing that happened here. That's just the same thing that happened here. But now you need to know when the shift is happening. You need to know when the shift is happening. The pattern is clear. The pattern is clear, just like this. But also just know also this can be very clear for the downtrend that can actually shift this market towards the downside. Yeah, so you need to be careful about that, specifically around this area here, because if you buy here, there is almost if you take this market from the top here, yeah, let's say from this 4 that we have, of course the market has to react. Even using the Fibonacci retracement, and to take this market, actually not even from the top there, because if you take it from here, it's going to take you here. So if you take it from this level here and take it all the way to this place here that we have, then of course you see this 61% of Fibonacci retracement, of Fibonacci retracement that we have, of the Fibonacci retracement that we have. That's what we see now after this. That is what's really happening. Yeah, so I will need to write this down so that at least you'll not be confused. So this is what we are getting. And, 4, 5. So long term. Let's say at the end of the week, long term, end of week, end of the week goal is around $5,200, yeah, which is highest time frame. That is what we talked actually about these prices here, which is 51.80, which is actually located around 5,200. That's the same price that we might be getting from the market right here, which is now in confirmed here. So this is 1 hour time frame. That is what we really need here. Now on the lowest time frame, we need to confirm from this market the direction that we really need, and that is from the candles that we really have here. Yeah, and the confirmation is going to have at least when this price breaks up at least on this level that we have, which is 5,007. That's why you see we have a rejection and the price is actually trending within that zone 6670307. That's why you can see that happening. So you need at least to see the prices breaking towards the upper side. But on the higher side frame, if you are really focusing on the bigger moves to move for the market at the end of this, can happen all the way to the top, of it. So if your low size is small but focusing on a bigger move, 3 days, then of course the buy point is going to work for you. If you focus on small 50, then we just wait for confirmation. But sometimes also when you are working on the highest orders, you need to have perfect entries. Yes. So if the DXY is bearish, of course, that's a positive information too. That is from the trend Awandari and Royal Sarah. So if the DXY is moving down, right, then of course it's a positive things towards the gold. That is a positive towards the gold. So the gold. So we need to see whether the market is going to break. Remember these zones here. You see how this candle is forming here? It has 3 minutes to close above this line. Let's say even around this area, which is 512. So that matters. That matters a lot. That matters a lot. So I just share the small lot event and right there. So that what this is serious. What is this? Which platform? Let me find this platform. CTGA. Okay, 95. So I hope now that kind of closes above that, because now at least we are going to have, at least the price is actually going to break this one. It's really going to be very important. But if you see the rejection still happening in that, there's likelihood for this market to probably even drop all the way down. Just finding my account. Yeah. Now the problem becomes to break that zone. Let's see, because I think we need to break that, and sometimes you may see something like that, and then oof, think it is really going to move, and that's why I'm just place this small entry right there. Yeah, so many rejections, like so many of them, many big rejections. Yeah, that is the 13 that we're talking about. That is the 13. You see this the other candle here. So those are things that you really need to be observant with. Though you need to be very keen. You need to be very keen on this. You can see this candle here just closed inside the trend that you have really drawn here, a likelihood for this. So you cannot really depend on the candle that's just opened, because all that can actually be a week. All that movement that you see can just be a week, and you see the price is actually just moving down again. So we cannot fully depend on that. You cannot really fully depend on that candle, because it's going to really be closing the next 26 minutes of is really going to take time. So this region where we have this matters a lot. So the reason I just opened one position here, I opened one position right there, 506, and I'm going to wait to see whether this price is going to break. So if it's going to break all the way to the top here, then at least we can be adding more positions, knowing that that has actually been rejected, that is the movement that we're going to be taking on the highest time frame. But in case we get a rejection here, that means the reason I'm putting this is because of one thing. Let me just repeat. The market was moving up, and sometimes you can spot this kind of pattern. But where is the goal? The goal is to achieve this level that we got the rejections here. You can see the market got rejected 2 times. Alright, so after 8th rejection, you can see how the market is moving. Now, for only one thing that confirms us that indeed this market is not really going to be moving down like this. We need that pattern actually to just break, and because if we did indeed this market is going to be moving, let's say like that, let me show you again. There's likelihood this market is moving again this way. You see this way, this down here, no, even not like this from the top here. Yeah, so we need that confirmation that we are not moving like this, and now we are moving to the top, and that's why we need this market to break this, because there is likelihood for this. But I said one thing, in case you focus more on, you can see for example 505 all the way to 4981. For swing traders, that is not actually a very big deal. That is not a very big deal. Specifically to me, I can actually continue buying as the price is even continue moving up, so all the way there. But if you're a day trader, then you need to find good entries like like a scalper. You need perfect entry, you need a good sniper entry. Sometimes you need to really observe this market. So my positions, I'm really going to continue hunting them all the way to the top, and in case even this market comes back to our lines here, which is around 49.80, you can see still I have a chance to even put even more positions, because the prices are really close and the prices is not that really far. So that's what we have here. And the other problem that we have is much of these predictions on the futures market. People predicting the price is the future of the futures of this market, specifically for the gold futures, is the price is really going to move down, and that is crazy. So what happens to the futures market? The spot follows the futures market. The sentiment that we have here is 50-50, that is for the traders, and let's see 49%. I think now for the sum of these candles that we have seen, at least rising, moving up slightly, you're going to see that at least now so traders are really going to be on buy point, like they are going to be buying point. And if this market is going to keep moving like that, you're going to see the long orders being entered into the market. And sometimes when you see retail traders, and I think these are many retail traders. Why retail traders? Because the information that we have comes not from the real fins of the real market data, but we get this data is gotten from brokers. So this is from the brokers as traders, the retail traders uses, and that data, of course, we just assume, even if it's just do that analysis from let's even one or two brokers, then you can just see how the traders are just doing, and majority are actually always wrong. The sign of majority, I always hear the majority are always wrong. That's what normally happens. That's why you see most of the time people talking about the retail traders losing. Like 90% of retail traders lose the money into the forex market because of that. You just buy and buy and buy. You are not really careful on your position. You need to relax when it comes to the market. Observe, let market wait, relax. For example, like this market moving across this area here, you see this candle breaking that region, and then you think that the market is going to move all the way to the top. That is wrong, because this candle here did not close above this zone here. So that is a problem that we have. This candle here can as well close all the way even downwards, can actually even close even below that candle, because already the market, there is still time for that candle to move. So that you see something just like that happening. If you're joining this for the first time, ensure that you like. That is the first thing that we do here. Ensure that at least you subscribe and turn on notification bell. Woof, let me tell you one thing, real forex trading is really boring. Hizi vitu kwanza ukiwa unaangalia hivi najua hata unaweza lala. These things are really boring. Like real trading is boring. Usiwahi ndanganywa na mtu. Hii mambo ya kunini huko ni boring. Hii vitu ni boring sana. Checking different things, waiting, checking different, like right now when I see my PCs here, I have like 20 tabs that are opened. I have like 20 here, I see here, like 20 of them that are just open. These stars are really boring. So kama unafurahia sijui, I don't know, but these tabs are really boring. Like so many information that you need to consume, so many things as you learn, but you really need to be careful. Lakini ukikula profit nayo inakuanga tamu. So yeah, definitely yes. If you don't have a broker that you know how, like you don't have a favorite broker, there's some broker I've been working with 6 years. 6 years, and just imagine. And I know why, because of good reasons that I have. Check the description below. Sign up, you see my link, and you'll get something amazing. Then could just contact me. The reason for that is because in case even you have a problem, you just one phone call just like that, and all your problem is just solved. Instant withdrawals for the scalpers. Actually, I'm planning that we start, for example, this kind of money that we're making here, after we make money together, like even if at the end of the day, let's say around 7 p.m., we can make all this amount of money, and we go to the broker and then just withdraw together, right? That is really going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Like we withdraw that money together. We just make profit and just withdraw together. Yes, sir. Yeah, so that is it. Oh my god. Now you see how this country really doing here. So that region that we have there matters a lot. So in case I see the prices moving down to my area, then I have to break even. That means zero profit, zero losses. Because we failed. this candle failed. I was expecting this candle to close up. If we had closed above that one, then of course buy, and I could have continued buying more and holding my position tight. But now, because now we closed down and another candle just opened slightly after that, all this can just be a week and you see this market moving down. So that's why you see I'm waiting. So you need to be very careful on those entries. And this is the reason we have managed to stay like almost 100. You look at that. That's why we've been managed to make at least 100%. Strategy have been able to be almost 100% accurate. Is because of these things that you see. What? Look at that. Look at that. You can see actually that candle can actually move like this. Trend or this gone need to be if you need that one now. Fanya aje fuliza ipande juu. Fuliza tu ya utaona tu candles zimeanza kuenda side ya juu. Hapo chini tu ya laptop. Hiyo candle inaweza panda juu. Tufanyie hiyo bwana, tuone market kama itaenda juu. Si ndio? Don't take it serious. Yeah, but you see, now that is what I'm talking about. Sometimes we need this, and that's why I switched to 10 minute time frame. I think I don't like moving past, let's see, below that minute, because I know all of the others are actually noise, like bigger noise. It's going to be confusing. We're going to have bigger noises and all those things. So yeah. Kwani nimehanga ama ni randa ni gani? Yeah, so you see now. I just opened one position. That's how sometimes you can do if you're not really sure. That's what I normally do if I'm not sure about like 100% positions, and I know once the market moves it's really going to miss a lot. I can open up positions. Once the market keep moving like that, then of course we are going to be getting right there. So when do we have here? 15. Easily threat, these are threats. Let's see what we get here. I want to see where people majority entered here. So you can see now, I want to see and tell you, but we are still moving like that way. So I already entered my position. So in case of exit, it's either going to be TP, or number one is going to be break even, because I wanted to confirm that that is not a pattern where the market is moving. But for those of you started with, this is how the market is moving, and we might be getting higher prices, and the next target 50-50, 50-50 after 50-50, and then higher prices. But though still I was very careful on that zone. I was very careful on those zones. So the market keep buying all the way to the top 50, all the way to 50. So just small price, like let's say 14, 12, 11, I hand more. If you're used to TradingView, then you know that these things is sometimes very slow. Like I hate these things. Like when it comes to the scalping, don't ever do scalping with the TradingView. It's really going to mess you up. So I'm going to hand a small position right there. 14. So swing traders, your entries can be all the way to the top. Like you can even own long term. Oh, is this going to be the first time the retail traders are really going to be correct? I wonder. I'm wondering here. Trend ordari ni wewe umefuliza ikaenda juu eh? Ni kama umefuliza ikaenda juu. So still waiting to see. Yeah, still waiting to see. Don't pick that candle. Don't trust these things. You need to be very careful, specifically in gold. The next 11 minute, like 11 minute we get that candle, and I hope it's really going to stay up like that. No, so many people observing that market. Yeah, but at least at that zone here, it's a great good opportunity for buy zones around even 11 now. We are ending on that's there all the way to the top, all the way. Unless all those orders get up soft, unless we get all those orders being soft into the market. Yeah, but still I need to break that area here. We need still to break that. I need to break this. I need to break this. Otherwise, kinaumana hapa. It's going to be a hand. It's going to be a hand. We need to break that. So anytime I have some few doubts, small lot size, doubt, small lot size. Let's see. Now you're going to see, I think that candle has already caused so many people to have their entries all the way to the top. I think it's going to be more than 50% right now. Like it's going to be sentiment here is going to be more than 50%. More than 50. Let's see. This is the hold. This is the hold one. So 50-36 is going to be like almost 50-30 around there. So that's what you're saying. And in case maybe we go back, we're going to move to 47.76. Yeah. Let me see. Currency heat map. Volatility. The market movers. Yeah, so Audi JPY. Those are so many pips, though. Check on that. We up. Check on that. Audi JPY. You ensure that you check on that. It'll still up. The JPY pairs, you can see they are really performing so good. JPY is really losing it. Like, is losing it. And I think this is strong. That's why you see the DXY is moving down and the JPY is really moving down. I think if the dollar is really performing so good, At least now we could have seen the JPY recovering from the low we have been getting right here, but you can see it's still struggling to move down, because the XY is still down and the JPY is still moving down. So the dollar, but you will check like pairs like Audi is gaining, but the JPY is really losing. So I think we are so much up. And sometimes when you see things just like that, of course, just know, go and look for some positions there. Are we really on the extreme levels? Because if you are going to be on extreme levels, maybe you can find some good opportunities from that market. Maybe tomorrow at the top, when people are greedy, then of course you look for good opportunities from that levels. GBP JPY is not that much, it was not really good, but this week we have some good news for the GBP, so we'll still be checking on that. So this region matters a lot here, and that's why I'm waiting to see a breakout here. The same thing that happened, we are still repeating this every time so that you can stick to your end. You see, the same thing that happened here is the same thing that you're struggling to get around here. The same thing that you see that was happening here, and the prices, we got the prices at the market touching this area and going back. That is the same thing that we really want here. And the reason I'm still looking is because this previous candle here in the 30-minute time frame failed to break this line that I have here, trend line, and I need it to close at least, let's even above this point here, and then I will know that this market is moving up. But already, because we had achieved the goal for the highest time frame on the top, that's why we just give it small doubt the market to move down. It's crazy. So we just give it as more time here, we get the movement, then we are good to go. So I'm already in. The reason I'm in is because highest time frame, I'm a swing trader, so my position I can have start of entries. Only that the problem here, the gold is really going to move up, like let's say even almost to 5,200. Now the problem is getting small entry, like getting good sniper entry from the gold right now. It's just still in the middle, because this is a reversal that we really expect to happen to the market, and you see so many people actually even selling from that zone. What is to happen? But already from the what we really got from also the highest time frame, that is now the confusions that comes in from the highest time frame and the lowest time frame, because the highest time frame says that we're really going to be moving up. The lowest time frame, you get some people buying and selling, and so many people, majority, are actually going to be selling from this area, probably targeting all the way down. It may be in this line here, and their target actually might even be at this place. You see where we have almost placed the stop loss here, that is 49.47. That is really going to be the area that you're talking about. Jonah, how are you doing? Good afternoon. It is Torov. This is after 1 hour of trading, and we're still looking for the positions. Yes, so no, you see now, and now since already the market is just showing those signs, then and that candle, we really need to close in the 4 minute, and the next 4 minutes this candle is really going to be closing down. And I actually I don't really like this, like I don't like this time here. So there's another website here, there's another software here that I just use. It just when I select different time frame, it's still going to start calculating that time frame, like time remaining. It's not just going on as a TL. It's only that when I share it here, of course you're going to see the screen lagging. You're going to see the screen lagging, but this thing to come to in time, sometimes it's going to be showing me directly, like, yeah, so it's very easy. Welcome, karibu sana. So welcome here. Yeah, so you see now what we are talking about, and I see this site here is lagging, and I don't really like it. So you see what we're talking about here. So let's see where this candle is going to be closing at. If it's going to closing that way, we are still going to keep holding those positions in case maybe it get back to the trend. We close break even, because there is likely going to down. Yeah. Yes, so that is what you have. That is good. That is good. Allow me to check on the other things as we wait on that. I'll be telling you what I'll be checking on. I don't know how many people trade stocks. I really don't know. Yes. I want to check something important. This is simple. This is known as the U.S. government bond for last 2 years. The bond was actually around 3.6%, but has really dropped all the way to 3.4%. I guess this was actually even a sign of the inflation that is really coming down. So there's no need to put the interest rate up. The interest rate and really actually being down. Even the Fed actually may decide to cut them. The inflation is really gone. Like 2.5% that we got last week is almost the goal percent of 2%, and that is the goal for the Fed. And I think that's really amazing. Without putting the interest rate up and still the inflation comes down, that indeed are very nice things. Yeah, that's a really nice news, because already the inflation is just softening the inflations, and that is really amazing. So there's a time we were at 3.4%, moved to post 4.6%. Yeah, so that is the negative information towards USD JPY. That's why you see people are talking about the DXY moving down. USD. So I can see US. Don't forget, we are still monitoring this, and this candle has closed at least above there. This gives us the validation now, at least to hold our positions. The last price I'm going to give this candle to move. I give it this place here. So I'm going to draw a line. So in case you get this price coming to that level, you just know kimeuma. So there's likelihood for that candle that has formed to come this place. So don't be worried when you see 409. Let's pass that price. When you see 409, 50009, 4009, don't be worried. So a likelihood for that candle to come back to that zone. So I'm still holding 50-50. I'm saying to put 50-50. So once you see 50-50, but in case we move to that level here, we're going to break even this, the first one. So once you see 5009, don't be worried. It's likely for that price to move down. Now, what can happen to this market? Let me drive here possibilities. I want to give you possibilities in case this market stays like that. In case you're going to stay like this, then this is what is going to happen. If this price is, but first of all, I need to highlight something. I need to get something clear here. I want to show you what is going to happen, so you'll be very careful on what you're doing. Look at that. This is what is going to happen in these prices. If the prices are really going to fail, like that is what the levels that you're going to be getting, 511, 510, 50, all these levels. So if the prices are really going to stay like that, of course the market has still to come down very fast. I think at least to sweep the liquidity sweep is going to happen to this market, so that at least we can get the momentum to move up. So that is what can happen to this market. So in case the market, and you can see even this under that we are getting here is like they are really getting absorbed. I wish I can just show you the unders here, because I need this one. So the DOM here is not really that perfect. I don't like even use it, but we can just use it for reference. Let me use it for reference here. I know these things sometimes deeper, big. Oh, this is small. You can't see it. I'm struggling to see it. So that is the last price I was talking about. I want to remove this because so that we observe the price and then we'll come back to that point. Now that is the price I was talking about. You see that gazon there, that current line. So if you see the prices dropping past that, just know kinaumana. That rejection that we're still getting. Yeah, I want that candle as well to form another high. Then we move to all the way to the top. There is nothing that is very complicated to trend than, if there's anything actually you find difficult to trend, is when you're trending at the breakout zone. So if you're going to be trending at the breakout zone, this is also going to be very critical. It's going to be very hard for you to trend those areas. So I'm going to leave it like this, and then we see what we're going to be getting from these levels here. And then in case the prices start coming down, then we just wait and see. guess what, we are already at that point, and that is really amazing. I think the market has already achieved that level. Look at that trend line. We have already achieved that, and I know maybe the next target we're going to have. So a bit of these positions I'm going to still handle. Hey, mambo inaenda ikichemuka, nakwambia mambo inachemuka sasa. Nimehand one position, one more, and 50-50 is the target, and then another one more from that level here, because already we have achieved the goal. That is the lowest point here, and the minute and the time keeps going. So in the next 12 minutes, that candle is really going to close, and I hope it closes slightly below above this. So if you're going to close above 50-15, then you're really going to be moving all the way to the top. This is going to be interesting. That is what you're going to be doing. No worries. Oh, sorry, my sound was banned. So I need to stay up. We see where the prices are right now, like 15. I need higher prices like that, so that yeah, thank you. Like that, I need the prices at least now that kind of to close slightly like that level 16 there, 16 and above. Yes, so once we put the prices just like that, it's really going to be very amazing. Yeah, someone is saying there's thin liquidity. Yes, there's thin liquidity, and we need that. And if the market is going to get that, something is really going to be happening in this market. And sometimes when you think, when I told you, when you see the prices really moving very slow like this, you need to be very careful. Like, you need to be very careful on these prices, because once there is no liquidity in the market, then market has to find liquidity. And of course, manipulations, institutions, the market itself is designed to find liquidity. So if you don't understand, if you see the market does not have liquidity, then of course just know liquidity is going to be found from the market. And if you're not careful enough, you're going to be that liquidity. You're going to provide liquidity. Your positions are going to be liquidity in the market. Yeah. So if you're here, kindly help me to share, share some, copy the link and just share someone, share this. We are doing this live, This is great. Yeah. Oh, do you see that? How much do you think you can make per day and then just quit the job that you're doing? How much? $20, 50, 200, 300, $1,000 per day, and then you quit what you're doing. But just know the amount of money that you dedicate should be equivalent to the capital that you have. Should be equivalent to the capital that you have. How much do you think you can be getting trading per day, and then you just quit, your job? Let me respond to a phone here, then we still wait to see. Rowell Sarah, what's 20 and above Quisha? 20 and above. There's a price. Have we touched 20 and above? Let me see. 20. No, we have not touched 20. We have not touched 20. So I don't know. What is that? What was that? You see, now we have a problem. I was expecting again this candle to close above that one, and still you didn't close above that line. But at least we have a line here. You see this red line here? So once we see this price is actually touching this region and trying to penetrate through, then it's going to be a bigger problem. 09 is going to be something different. These are a big rejections here, these two candles that we have here. These noisy candles here. Let me switch to 1 hour time frame and see what we get. That candle is perfect, yes, around here. So again, expecting it to move. So in case that's, so still wait. Yeah, so we just still wait. So you can see that many time frames sometimes is very noisy, and you can get these candles. Sometimes you can lose up when you're checking on these time frames. So we still be patient on this. Let's still wait. Oh, Robert Sarah, you're saying 20 and above Quisha. Oh, you're saying 20 and above. Once you get 20 and above, you're in the quit. Actually, is it possible like to make $20 and above? It's just very easy. Like to make this amount of money is just very easy. And I know majority in Kenya are actually paying like let's say even maybe you may like let's say 100,000. 100,000. How much do you really need to? 100,000. If you make let's say, is it 2,000? 2,000. That is, let's say it's 3,000. 3,000 every day. 3,000 every single day. That will be how much at the end of the month. Not by 30, but actually we should multiply it, let's say even 20 days that you trend. That is 60,000. So 20,000. You need 5,000 to make 100,000. You need 5k. That is the $35. So if you can manage to make $35,000, then you'll be in a better position than anyone, like majority of the earnings in the Kenya. At least sasa hiyo unaweza ishi Nairobi kidogo tu. Hiyo unaweza onja maisha ya Nairobi. Hiyo unaweza. But how much do you need for you now to generate at least that one? Let's say maybe you targeting that 35, you lose 30,000, or maybe you're 70 at the end of the month. How much is that? How much itakuwa hiyo? That would be good. that will be around 70,000. So that's a 70,000, 70k. You see, still is good. Ni mzuri sana hiyo. So you need capital. In terms of capital, you need at least, let's say, $1,000 or maybe $2,000. So if you have $2,000 somewhere, you can survive in this town trading. You can. Possible. Kwanza venye tunaingia live, how can you utakosa aje $35 when you are trading live and our signals are this accurate? How can you, unless kama wewe ni nchi nyingine, yes, unless you belong to another country, you still be wondering why. Allow me to fix this camera here. So Jesus. So kama uko na $1,000, it's very possible to live in town. It's possible to okay Nairobi na ulipe rent na trading. But you need the skills and you need just to follow us. Kwa una stream tu unalipia kila kitu, you can pay the bills and just to follow us live, and then of course you're going to make it. You can, very possible. We're just following our signals right there. You're just going to make it. Utakosa aje $35 when you are trading live? Hey, you can't. Hey, 35, you can't. Hey, you just actually have, or maybe we just have, you can just have a plan, like let's say you deposit $1,000, and then of course we come and then we structure in on the risk that you're going to be taking, and I'm going to be telling you how you're going to be doing that. There's some people who have actually just helped and they're really making it, and that's just, you need some skills. In case you don't have such much skills, then you just come here and then we trade live, and then of course you're going to utilize that information, and then we just trade together, and that is really going to be very easy for you, my friend. Yeah. I tell you gonna cut 1,000 peke yake, not 1,000 Kenya shillings, I'm talking about dollars. So you gonna cut 1,000 peke yake ni sawa. Let's do this. I will show you how to do good risk management for that. Make sure at least you are consistent. Ukienda kuweka lot size ya 7, 8, au unataka kununua GLE, utarudi ushago. Same ushago ni mbaya, so but at least unajua venye inamaanisha. Ushago kuna kulipa rent, so at least tarudi huko. So we need to do that. This rent line that I've drawn there is to tell us that in case allow me to change something here. I need to bring this to be very, very visible. You can see that region, a kind of what you're really getting there. It's really amazing. Roy is asking, what about the pro farms? You can get into the pro farms, but one thing that you really need to know is that nowadays pro farms are very tight rules, and those rules actually, they are not to make you make money. They actually make you lose more and then buy more pro farms account. Yeah, so that is it. All the programs are there to make money. The most of money they make from you selling you the account. So that is in call. So you need to know how to navigate through that. I'll put this window here. We observe on down and go into this performing, and also the result, that is this place here. I'll check. Then the side, I put my links. I'll still be checking on the result here. So that is what we have, 10. So once we cross this, and actually the result for the lack of liquidity makes spikes, can actually make like a spike to happen in the market, like the market move in a very crazy way like that. Yeah, that can happen to find liquidity. So many people has to. So in crypto industry, we say liquidated. The reason we say so many people are liquidated is because the liquidity, the market went and hit all their stop losses to find liquidity. Yeah, so they were liquidated. Liquidated also means you lost everything. Yes, but the market really, Forex and you don't have to be liquidated, because you can still put the stop loss. And also crypto can be liquidated only when you are trading on the leverage. You can on futures, you can. So that 09 there, I'm expecting this price not to move to 09, and I think we are above the 8-way. So I'm going to, let me minimize now. I've closed the last one positions, so I'm going to wait for another one. So you can see now this why this matters. That's the risk I'm talking about. This area here, all these kind of failed to break throughout here, and now this market is now going to look for liquidity, at least to push the prices all the way to the top. But most of my positions are swing trading, so we can still leave them swing trading. Just close a small positions here, and then I'll be adding more once we get the lower prices down. Liquidity has to be found. That's what I'm talking about, liquidity. The market has to find one. Like the market has to find one for it to move. So once you see the market moving through 3 days, it is moving up, and all of a sudden the prices is really failing to break all the way up. There's critical place, when getting resistance, the market is getting tired. Just wait for it. Something is going to happen. Something is about to happen. So between buying in a zone or buying at a specific area, specific zone, a specific price, and a specific zone. So always choose a zone. A specific area, a specific price is really going to frustrate you so much. So that's why we love scaling in the prices. So I want to see how it is performing in the highest time frame because of the noise of the lower time frame, and that minute time frame does not really work. That's why you can't do that. Mostly as time you're going to see me on 1 hour time frame. You're going to see me on 1 hour time frame. So this is the region that we're talking about, and I don't want to see this candle is going to be closing at in the next 16 minutes. So this should actually close not below this candle here, because this will be an engulfing candle, and an engulfing candle is actually the start of a reversal. that you're going to see from this market is just the same as the pattern that you're going to see forming the market, and that is really going to have a very buying sign there. And of course you can see this region that we drew here is actually becoming of attention, like we needed this to break this throughout this. You see P15, we needed these candles to break and form, not only break but at least close. There is breaking and the closing, so we need the market closing throughout that one. And sometimes this region liquidity was just needed here. So this is a pattern, and you can see the reason we are delaying to even buy more is because we are actually in the middle of the price. So if you want to buy, buying here is almost the center of the price that we really got, that is between here and around this area here. So this becomes like this is the middle price, like that is the middle price that we have. Yeah, so that is the middle price that we have. So still the prices are really just for me like that, and we will get to this price, of course we're going to move up. So if you see these prices even dropping even more to this price, just know is to find the liquidity for the market. Once we get it, of course the prices are really going to penetrate all through. So this is becoming a problem. I want to find the similar situation apart from this, because we end this situation here, we end that situation, so I want to find similar let's find a similar case. You're going to find this normally happens like all the time. It's just the same like no, not that one. This are you going to get it here? The prices are still the same, so just keep observing the prices. We are back to 21. So our risk is very small here because of the prices. So the risk really is very small. So the risk is very small because we are in the middle of the prices here. We are still in the middle of the price. We're still in the middle of the prices, so our risk is very small. The risk that you are taking from this trend is very small. The risk that you are taking from this trend is very small. So you just need one thing. You just need to join us every single day, and then we analyze just together. We highlight everything. You have questions, then we just answer them, and then of course you're going to make it. Just we don't really need to stay live all throughout the day. You just need 3 hours for finding good entry. 3 hours, 2 hours, you can just find a good time like that. 3 hours, 2 hours, and then we're going to find good entry that is going to do that. So sometimes we're going to find the entry and then we close the position to the profit, and then your day is good. So if I move from this place after making money from this trend, I can just do other things as I wait tomorrow, or maybe keep observing the market, how the market is moving, maybe until now, until tomorrow. That is what you can get. I'm getting this money. Where is this money from? Imetoka wapi sasa? I have this money here. 1,000. Hey, hii pesa inanunulia wapi niuze? We need the money. $1,000. 1,000. This is original actually. 100 MBK. Yeah, so this is 1 hour time frame. I think I really love 1 hour time frame, and let's see where this candle is going to be closing there. For 1 hour time frame, this is going to be closing. This just opened at 1. I know the other one is going to be closing the 11 minutes. That is 30 minutes. So I normally consider those below 1 hour time frame normally to be noisy. Lot of noise. Yeah, a lot of noise. So we still have this, and I'm telling you for sure that this is valid right now. That this zone is valid. You see this zone here? It is valid because this one, the bigger line is the bigger line is for the highest time frame, the smaller one is for the lowest time frame. So around this zone, if I put even my stop loss, let's say even slightly, I want to have it even below here. Even if I can have it $100 down, which is for 900, and then I'll focus on the upper sign, which is $200. This is for swing trading. I focus it on the level that we are talking about, which is 5200. That will still be worth it, because if you place 0.01 low size, that is of course going to be happening just like that. But of course I don't normally just do it like that. I like scaling in to maximize the entry point. Remember, for example, if you enter at 5010, you buy, and then you buy at 5000, then it means your average buying point is 5005. So that is what normally happens. Like the average buying price is 545. You bought at 510, the price drops to 5000, you buy at 5000. The same lot size, then your average is 505. If the price continue move to 590, of course you see your average price is that one. That's why you need a region, and you need to know the directions of the market. So this is where we are. We are 7. So the last price we bought at 06. We bought at 06, one of the positions here, and then the next one was 14. So now you see, even if these prices move down, then you're going to get either 8 or 7, and then keep moving all the way to 66, all the way to these zones that we have here, that region. So that is for swing traders that we have. I want to switch to 15-minute time frame so that we can see the pattern. 15-minute time frame. Yeah, still I'm just going to hold this 15-minute time frame. It's showing us still. I think we can reclaim the positions. This was to be perfect like that as we keep moving. Lower time frames are really very noisy like that. So let's depend on structure. On the structure, the market move like this, 15 time frame, or move back. This is 004. Okay, expecting this. So this is again going to be my buying point, which is 0603. So as I buy, the prices keep moving. 06. Buy again at 0603. In case we get to 03, it's going to be my next buy entry. So our entry was 06. So let me put, this was our entry 06. Yeah, so that was our entry. So I just removed that one. So I wanted to make it short, like this was our entry. So 03 again, I put another buy. If you started with the pro from let's say some years back, you couldn't have actually made it. Like, but nowadays, it's really, things are really different. Things are really different from the past. Things are really different from the past. Nowadays, things are really different. When it comes to the program, things are really totally different. Totally different. So many of them actually talking about the program. Talking about the program account, I have free account that I'm giving out. 10k instant account. You don't have to do anything, you just actually to train. So sometimes when I think people talking about capital, sometimes having the problem, and you have my number, you are really watching me, sometimes I really wonder. I have free profile account, 10k. You just have trend and you just follow the rules, trend and withdraw. You trend, make money and withdraw. Yeah, you just need to do a few things. All right, you just register to the platform. I give you to test in case maybe you love the platform. You can purchase an account if you really want, but I normally give the platform. Sometimes I've given so many of them to free people. Just you just randomly, you just follow just more interestingly. You just register to the platform. I give you a platform account at 10k. So you see, I actually even have them right now, like even right now. So in case you have my number, just text me on in case you're interested, and then comment which you want. Just say you want a platform account that I talked about in the live, and then I'll give you some few instructions to just follow, and then of course I'll find a way that you're going to get one. 10k, $10,000 account. You don't have to pass any challenge. It's actually already funded, right? So you just have to make profit and withdraw. Right? So those are platforms that I really have, and then of course you're just going to connect. I think I have like 5 of them right now. Then also next week I might be having another one, so I'm going to give out of them. And I think also I have an platform account at $50,000, so I may be putting it here with trend with it live. It's an instant account, so I don't have to pass the challenge. It will be here. So I said I'll be buying 50.03. So do we have 03 or that is 07? These things of small dollars here, I don't like it, but it's because we are of the confusion that is right there. That's why we have. Yeah, so I've been giving them out with the time. So yeah, so I've been giving them out, so I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to hand one more position here as a prices. That is 04. So now the market has to find liquidity. You see where we have drawn that one. Let's see what's going to happen. The market has to find liquidity to move all the way to the top. This region here matters a lot, and because these are swing accounts, so we're going to keep it like that. I'm going to hand more positions if the market keeps moving down. You see this small region that I've drawn here, which is 04 and 02. That is another entry that I have. We have 01 So as the price keep moving all the way to this 78 here, I'm still on buy. I'm still going to keep buying. So, and you can see the spikes that we're getting right now. Let me give you, in case you have some breaking news, I need to give you the right information. You know, there are a lot of things that are really happening right now. So Profarms 10k, 10k I'm going to give out. So that's what we are getting. Oh, 05. So that's where mine went. So I just leave it like that. It's just move. I expand like this. We are moving now. We are moving. Thank you. Those who have sent me the messages about the profile, why not I'll check out. 15 minute time frame, you can see now what to the alignment for this. The alignment for 15 minute time frame, this is how it is forming. Okay, 15 minute time frame. I think if vehicles will move down, then I think 80 is very close for swing trading. So I think it's maybe going to go to 80, and that is the last price. So I don't expect maybe lower than that, in case we start moving down once this one, because on the daily time frame, I'm still repeating and confirming that everything is still intact on what we discussed here, specifically on the 4-hour time frame and highest time frame. So that is what we're dealing at from this, and I think on the highest time frame we are really good to go. Yeah, so on the lowest time frame, on the 4-hour time frame, we're still good to go. So that's why I'm still owning this with my small lot size here. I think almost 0.1 lot size. Yeah, so my target is really going to be bigger here, around 5,100. And yeah, so my TP is absolutely very happy. Like, even I think we can even form a new high, which is a new time high that is going to be happening. So as the price is going to move, let's see, there's somewhere we discussed about 49.90. Across the rejections for this, where we got this price in, yeah, this. So in case maybe the prices are really going to be up, and give this final, so that is what I want to hear from that. And this is around 91, so that is the last price there. It's not that I'm going to put the stop loss here, but at least 49.90, in case we cross below that one, then we can minimize the risk, or maybe we can just minimize the loss size about from that area. So I'm going to go back to this is still 1 hour time frame, so we move to this. At least this is going to help us to see how the candles are moving. Then I'm going to expand this. Just like that. Simple. Amiram, hey, what's your name? Amiramin Mani, hey, Mire Mani. Can you explain your volume strategy? So the volume strategy, this is not actually, I don't use the trending view volumes. I don't really use it so much. So let's plan. We're going to plan this, so now I'm going to explain the volume sign. That is the underflow sign. Now we are going to check on different things, that DOM, volume profile, volume clusters, all those things. So they are really interesting, but we are not going to be using trending view. I'm planning to have a masterclass for those, so to know how to use, and giving you the platform that you can just use on those videos. So the best platform as well to use. It's going to be very interesting, yeah. So I'm checking on features, because the features, people are predicting that the price is actually might fall, let's say probably to 47.70, so around 47.70. Want to see where is the 47.70, what's up with 47.70 location, because we need really to be careful about all this information. It's really nice. Our entry was around 6 there. 47.70, where is it? Then we'll look at, it's going to highlight these areas. 47.70 is here, so this is a position, this is the area. Want to see what happened on this area here. To see him. I now see it. And I think now this is the reason. This actually should be the reason. They're expecting these prices to come back like this, move, and already touch these prices that we have here. So let's move our findings here. It's always good to, sometimes the pattern can align, but you really need to be careful in everything that you do. So that's why, so that in case you get the data moving opposite, because all this information are really important and you need to be careful. So yes, we are getting this, but my stop loss is absolutely just located here. That means the market does not really have to move that way. So remember also the way we got, of course, after the market achieving this result here, and we got a double top. These are actually the double top, and now they think these are predictions for this, and I think the next target is here. So you can see we are actually in the middle of the price. You can see we are in the middle of this, which is actually the middle of the prices, the two prices that we have here. Let me hand sound. Like those two prices here, let me switch off this camera so that we can see. If you look at this clearly, let me also switch off this. So let's just have the chart. If you look at this is what, apart from ours, which is actually valid even more than this, because this has just 2 point, is after this. So this is actually because they are predicting, this is actually should be the double top that we have at the top here. That is the top here, are across this area here, which is these levels of 50 and 89, around 59 here. This is a target that we really got, and we're really waiting to see the prices at least breaking this zone and at least moving up because of this test point. Already this tells us that at least this trend of the market, how it has tested at least 3 times now, is a really good confirmation that the market is absolutely going to be moving up. And remember, this is actually, when you talk about the trend, this is actually a small trend inside the trend. So that is what we are talking about here. Now, what is this price? Why do we get the features predicting at the lowest price of the gold to touch these prices at the end of the week or at the end of the month? This matters a lot, because this is a kind of the information that you really need to look at for these prices. But of course, you have to be looking at other things, and you just get the confirmation. And this is the pattern, I think, on the futures market. They are getting this kind of information around this area here, which is absolutely. So when we take the end, you can see now with the time, maybe at the end of the week, predicting now the prices might come to this level that we have here and test this low that we have here, probably before jumping again. I want us to also see apart from that one, where do we have like majority of orders being placed? Where do we have people who are still holding the buy orders still in this market since the market crashed? And of course, we see this is different because ours is still at this level, which is 50.47 and 50.15 and also 49.73. So around this area here, specifically 50.16, is a area that we are going to get so many orders from buy point, where we have buying and a lot of buy orders located as at least those areas here. And this can actually sometimes access the market when the prices actually touches this area here. But something might have happened across this market. So if we start selling this market that is below 72, and that's why you see I've placed my stop loss around the 80s there, because that is the last price I'm expecting. Because if we break this one, of course, we are going to have a very big massive sell. And even this point where you think that is actually going to be a good buying point is actually not even going to be a buying point. Like the market can even crash all the way to 4,000 in case we break this area. So where we have placed the stop loss here, I'm expecting now all these orders are really going to push the market once the upper side. But sometimes what happens, for those people who have standard the DOM, that's the depth of the market, you know something about the stacking and pulling, where the orders actually start increasing when we put the orders, or when the market approaches the buy limit and sell limit orders, they start pulling out. So across this area now, I'm expecting at least to see, you see, this is where we have like many buy orders, but I don't know. As you can see, it is actually acting like a resistance zone across this area here, but this is a place that we expect we break down, we break towards the upper side, maybe the position that we are waiting for, which is around 51.95, which is actually near to 5,200. Yes, the price maybe long term and this one. So but on our pattern here, when you look at this market, it didn't moving like this, and we still stick with this until maybe around 49.74. That is when I am placing my stop loss, because I'm still expecting these prices at least to move 5,100 as we break up towards all the way to this side. So that is the pattern that we are getting from this good market here. So that is a good positions that we are getting from this good market here. That's a nice one. So in terms of the pattern, that's what you are getting. So for the market and the futures market to close, let's say the closing point of which now it's closes around the end of the month, expecting maybe probably these prices to lower down. And that's why once we actually start achieving 5,100, we'll be very considerate. Like we need to look at the prices there and what is happening across that zone, because that's really going to matter as well. That's really going to matter a lot. So there are a lot of things that are really happening to the prices of the gold, and that you see when it comes to also the sentiment. Like so many people right there some even don't know what to do about the prices. They are 50-50, buy and sell on as 50-50. So that is what happening to these prices. So but still our buy position at 5006, I'm expecting still to see on the upper side, and the stop loss located on the 1 hour time frame, still located around below this. That is slightly below this price here, around 60 here. So that is $40, but still targeting $14, but risk targeting $100 move all the way to the top, 100 for 40. So that is what we have, and there is likelihood now for these prices to come to 90s. So I'll have another entry at 90 here if the market to move too slowly to that area here. So that's what I'm expecting to get from that price right there. So it's just simple like that. It's just simple. So the next target is going to be here. When this price touches here, I'm expecting a bigger move to happen towards the upper side, just like that. And the price that I have here is 90. So in case we cross that path, of course I'm expecting a jump.
Yes, killing is okay, raping is okay, raping another man is okay, a man raping a small young girl is okay, but eating pork is haram. Come on, guys. A young Somali man was gang raped by other Somali.
Now we have approached the perfect area now to where we wanted to place some buy. So I'm going to hand it that way. So that's the area I was waiting for, 90. So 96 and also 19, that is the area now. Remember, my lot sizes are really very small on this matter, so we're just going to wait. It's just like that. So today we have the liquidity is not really that really good, so the market is really very slow. Yeah, Ramadan is almost like so I know things will be, businesses will be low, big, yeah, but like so slow the market a bit. in one way or the other. So if I put this in the lowest time frame, you're going to see it this way. This touch of 96. This is actually 94. This the price we've already touched 92. There is a zone right there. So in case maybe we get back to the position here, maybe 510, that would be a very big move. That would be big. Wow, guys, the market is really very slow. Like, we need liquidity in this market to move, and this is putting us to a positions on where we're just going to do one thing. It is already 3. It's a Monday, and the time is really running out. We need more of this, and whoa. So I think around maybe in the next 2 hours, and I'm not really going to be here. Like, in the next 2 hours, London session, that is the New York session, the overlap, when it's going to be happening, and I think now I might be getting the prices at least pushing all the way. So this is where I've placed the stop loss. Make sure that you know exact point, which is this place here, and then of course the TP is far ahead. I'm going to place it all the way, because the more prices actually keep moving up, the more now we trail the stop loss. So we are going to trail the stop loss just like that, so that we move the prices all the way up. The Benedict for mentorship, yeah, you can join. I have actually a very big team, so you can just join us. My number is right down there, so let me just write again. So that WhatsApp number, you can reach my number is actually on the screen. So but yeah, so just reach out to me through that number on WhatsApp, then we will communicate. We'll communicate on that. So this is the touch I was waiting for, and then I think now once we start moving towards this place again, 5013, we're going to break it throughout all the way to the top. That is what I'm waiting to. So again, tomorrow, don't miss this, because we are going to resume the same exact thing. We are going to resume this. Let me do this. Let me repeat. So those are our entries right there, and the last one at 49.90. So all the way to the top. So they're going to be focusing 50-50 as the market keeps going. Our stop loss is slightly going to be at 60 here, so our risk reward ratio is actually going to be at least 2 as the market keeps going. So remember now to use go to risk management. Everything is running there, you can see on the screen. For business, make sure that you WhatsApp me throughout the number that is around there. So because of the liquidity and the volatility is really low here, so we are going to keep it just like that. And then tomorrow again, 11 a.m. East African time, make sure that at least you are here so that you can keep doing this. I need to run some other errands, and I will see you again tomorrow 11 a.m. I'm expecting at least this number to grow, so make sure that at least if you are here, we will be finding the entry again tomorrow for the perfect entry that I'm going to have on this market. Join us. Also, we'll be doing other currency pairs, not only gold, but also we'll be checking other pairs as well, so don't miss out. The first thing that you need to do, make sure that you like this live, make sure that you turn on notification bell, make sure that you subscribe. That is the most important thing, so that the time will be here, then at least you'll not miss out this. You'll be notified once you are live, right? I think I'm done here, so I need to run at other things very quickly, and then I'll be observing the prices for the market around 49.90. My stop loss is 65 there, just look it right there. Yeah, so because the prices were really confusing us around that, we had no sniper entry. Today we did not get a sniper, but tomorrow we need a sniper entry for the gold. Even if it's going to take us the whole day, we need a sniper entry, right? We need a sniper entry. So I'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good trading day. So around New York, check the market. Trading week. We are done.